It's the end of the day. Put the worries and the stress away. Light a candle, grab your drink. Let's slow it down, take time to think. It's wind down time. Do what feels right. Read a little book or journal by candlelight. Sip some wine or tea or just breathe deep. We're here to vibe, not lose sleep. So welcome in, you've made it through. This little space is just for you. Whatever you need, you're not alone. It's one down time, let's feel at home.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to a Wind Down Wednesday. How is everyone doing? How is your Wednesday going? How is your week going? Let us know what you're going to be reading, what you're going to be doing or not doing, what you're going to be drinking. Tell us all the things in the comments. I'm going to be starting Queen of Nothing. Actually, I need to double check and make sure I even still have this because Libby might have taken it back. So 1 second. Let me just make sure I still, because I borrowed this a while ago, but I don't remember how many days I borrowed it for. Because I was supposed to read this last week, and then I ended up reading like 2 other books that was not on my TBR. Okay, yes, I have 10 days left. So my goal is going to be to try to power through as much of this tonight as I can. It is a 10-hour book that I'm going to be trying to listen to on 2 times speed so I can get through it in 5 hours. So if I listen to it tonight for at least 2 hours, right? Normally we do about like 3 hours worth of sprints on a good night. Sometimes we might get a little bit more in. But if I can get at least 2 real-time hours in tonight, then that means I will have gotten through 4 hours of the audiobook, which is like almost halfway in one night. My goal is to be finished with this by Friday so that on Saturday, when I do July Noir sprints, I can obviously start my July Noir book without having like not finished. Like I hate having unfinished books, then moving on to something else. I like to like finish whatever I was working on before I move on to something else. So I want to finish this book before July Noir. Technically, July Noir starts on Friday, but the sprints on my channel aren't happening until Saturday. So my goal is to finish this before Saturday. Can I do it? We're going to find out. Going to find out together. I do not know. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be listening to. I have my, coconut water disguised as wine. And the main thing is reading this book, but I also need to finish prepping dinner. I need to check the fish. I don't know if you guys were here the last time when I was trying to make that fish and I took it out at like 1 o'clock and it still wasn't thawed. So I kind of did that today. So, but like I try to like run it under like some room temperature water first. I was like, maybe this will help speed up the process. But if that fish is not thawed, then I think I will have to order dinner because I don't have anything else in here to eat. So I need to check on that during the sprint too. But that's my main focus tonight is getting through this book. But let's jump into the comments and see how you guys are doing, what you guys can be up to, and then we'll jump into a sprint. Hello, Paula. Welcome in. Question, Paula. I saw something, I think it was in your Discord, but I really don't know whose Discord it was in, but I saw that you sent a message related to D&D. Would you care to elaborate? I may be interested, but I don't know enough about whatever the conversation was that was being had. Hello, Glenda. Welcome in. Yes, all is well now. Today was crazy, honestly, like with work. I was like I was working on something for work and it was like, you ever just like spend the day spinning your wheels on something and you're just like, by the end of it, it's like, oh wow, like 4 hours have passed and I've not accomplished anything. That's kind of how I felt today, where I was like working really hard trying to do something, but everything that I kept trying to do to make this thing happen like failed. Like every attempt was met with a dead end. And so I got to the end of the day and I was like, wow, I just spent the last 4 hours and got nowhere. It wasn't that I wasn't doing anything. I was doing lots of things, but all the things that I did like didn't amount to anything. So I was like, great. So that was like frustrating for me, like mentally, to try to be like, okay, just let this go, just move on, start fresh tomorrow kind of thing. But yeah, work was a little bit stressful. And then unrelated to work, like while I'm in the middle of trying to do all this work stuff, I got a message saying that someone tried to log into my credit card account or whatever. They tried to log into my account 6 times, so they locked my account. And I'm like, wait a minute, first of all, that wasn't me. I was not trying to log into my account. Also, what is going on? Like, someone do something about this. So I had to like call my credit card company and like figure out all that. So it's been a day. I'm very happy to be winding down. I'm glad that the day is over because it has been a day, let me tell you. But happy to be here with you guys. Hello, Lexi. I'll be reading The Assassin's Blade for the first time. Is this the first book that you're picking up for Throne of Glass, or have you already read what is the first? Oh, Throne of Glass. I was gonna say, what is the first book called? But it's called Throne of Glass. I'm curious to know if you have already started the series or if this is your start to the series. Also, I need to open up my spreadsheet so I can keep track. Sprint tracking. Let's see. What were you reading last time? You were reading, Business Trip. How was that? You got The Assassin's Blade. Excellent. Hello to Lexi. Hello to Glenda and Lexi. Hello to Glenda and Paula. Hello, Cece. How are you enjoying your summer break? How's it going? I hope that you are enjoying your time off and like making the most of it. Hello, Bree. Listening to Fury Bond tonight, about 35% in so far. Is this a standalone or is this part of a series? I don't know why, but the title looks familiar, but for some reason I feel like it looks familiar because it's part of a series. I don't know. I could have also just made that up. So let me know. Let's see. Bree, what were you reading last time? You were reading, Sea of Charms. How was that? Fury Bond. There we go. Just getting off work. I'm gonna make pork chops for dinner. Nice. Yeah, my goal is I made some. I keep tinkering with my recipe for chard. I'm trying to get my chard to taste like collard greens, which I know that like they're different things, but like sometimes like the way that you season it, the way that you cook it, like sometimes it, they can cut because they're so similar. Like kale, collard greens, chard, like a lot of that stuff, like it's kind of all the same. So I've been trying to like tinker with the recipe to get my chard to taste like collard greens. So that's the other thing that I'm working on tonight is trying to experiment with my recipe. But pork chops sound very good. Hello to Cece and Bree. Hello, Jen. Reading Yesteryear. Somebody was reading that. Was it you? Somebody was reading that. Vasantha was reading Yesteryear last week, I think. Interesting. How far into Yesteryear are you? Or are you just starting it tonight? And how was Hecate? I don't remember. Did you finish that last Prince? I can't remember if you finished that or not. So we got Yesteryear. Very nice. Currently reading the second ACOTAR book. Is this your first time reading it? It is. I would say it's not the best one. It's the second best one. But I know that my opinion is unpopular because most people say that the second book is the best one. I'm biased because the third book is my favorite. So I say that the second book is my second favorite. When I went to cook my pork for dinner tonight, it looked bad. So we ended up just ordering food. Didn't feel like cooking anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say that might be the case for me tonight. We'll see if that fish isn't thawed out. Gonna have to order something. Hello, Krista. How are you? You're welcome. So glad to be here. So glad to have you here. Blue Moon Eyes by Lee Copeland. I'm at 21%. Nice. Oops. There we go. Okay, let's add you to my spreadsheet. I feel like you are in here somewhere, but for some reason when I typed you in, it didn't come up. So we'll just add you again. And if I do end up finding the old entry, we'll just remove it. No big deal. Let's see. Blue Moon Eyes. Oops. There we go. Excellent. It'll be the start to the series. Okay. Listen, to each their own. Everybody who has read the series has their like opinion of like what the best order to go in is. I read Assassin's Blade first, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. I'm not gonna say I didn't like it. I just was underwhelmed. I was unimpressed. And you know, The Throne of Glass is one of those series that like people love. I don't think I know anybody who read the Throne of Glass series and like didn't like it. I don't know if there's anyone that exists that happened to. Everybody that I know that has read that series loved it. But I haven't read the series, but I did read Assassin's Blade, and I just was like, oh, this is the series that everybody's talking about. Like, what is so good about this? I was underwhelmed, but I was told that maybe if I had started with Throne of Glass and read the books like in publication order, that by the time you get to Assassin's Blade, because Assassin's Blade is just a bunch of novellas. It's just like basically a bind up of a bunch of novellas. So by the time you get to Assassin's Blade, you already know who some of these characters are. So you like kind of are more invested in this like backstory, because like it's a bunch of novellas, but they're like prequels. It's like a bunch of stories of things that happened to the characters before Throne of Glass like started, I guess. And so for me going into Assassin's Blade, I didn't know who any of these characters were, didn't really care, honestly. And that was like my biggest thing with like why I didn't really care about the book, because I'm just like, I don't care about these characters. Like, I don't care about anything that's happening. There was like one story that I was like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. But the other stories, I was like, I kind of don't care. But I was told that if I had started with Throne of Glass and read them in publication order, that I would have had a better appreciation for Assassin's Blade, because I would have already known these characters and maybe like, you know, would have been attached to them and stuff like that. So like getting their backstory like would have been like cool. So I don't know. You know, I never went back and did that. I still have not read the series. After reading Assassin's Blade and being underwhelmed, I just was like, I'm not in a rush to read this series. But yeah, I hope that your experience is a better one than mine was. It'll be okay. That makes sense. I was gonna say, I feel like it's part of a series. I feel like I've seen this title as like part of a series. That makes sense. Okay. Hello, Abby. Just finished the tandem read of Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. So I have no idea what to read as I mentally recover. You probably need something that you like don't have to think too hard about or like pay too much attention to. Like maybe like a fluffy romance or even like a novella or something. So that you can just kind of like turn your brain off, you know? It was my okay, it was your Discord. I was trying to get a session together before Wyatt is home for the summer holidays. We play when he's at school, so probably sometime between 7 a.m. and 10:30. Oh, is it during the week, like Monday through Friday? If it's Monday through Friday, I probably would not be able to attend because I'll be at work. But if it's on the weekends, maybe. Hello to Glenda. About 40%. Okay. Finish Hecate was good, but not what I was expecting. Oh, when you say not what you were expecting, like, is that a good thing or a bad? Like, did it surprise you in a good way? Like, you were like pleasantly surprised with how it ended or something? Or were you kind of like disappointed where you thought it was going to go one direction and then like things went left and you were like, what just happened? It's my first time reading ACOTAR. I'm liking the second book more than the first one. Yes, I definitely agree. Like the first book, I always tell people when it comes to ACOTAR, like do not judge the series off the first book. I know a lot of people who like, you know, they heard about all the hype surrounding ACOTAR. And so they go to read the book and they're just like, this book wasn't really good. Maybe 3 stars at best. And I'm like, and then they're like, oh, I'm not gonna read the rest. And it's like, no. You're right. The first book wasn't great. It's mid. Feel free to give it 3 stars, but you have to read the second book because it gets better. So you are correct that, you know, you should like the second book more because the first book wasn't great. It wasn't. We all can admit that, you know? Sea Charms was good. Oh, wow. 5 stars. Beth Durst did it again. Nice. I read Assassin's Blade between Crown of Midnight and Airfire. It provided more emotional depth to certain characters and provided context for future books with additional characters. Yes. And see, I think that, I do think that it helps, like, to have read some of the other books before you get into Assassin's Blade, even though, like, if you're going in timeline order, the stuff that happens in Assassin's Blade does happen first. I think it, at least for me, I think that because they are, like, novellas, like, they're little, like, short stories, there's not a lot of like character development and growth and connection just because the stories are so short. There's not enough time to do that kind of stuff. So reading a bunch of short stories about characters that you have no context for and don't really have time to get to know, it just didn't do anything for me. So I got to the end and I was like, okay, like, am I supposed to care? Because I don't. But I feel like if I, had read some of the other books first, kind of like what Abby is saying, that going then and reading Assassin's Blade will probably give you like she said, like additional like context and stuff like that, and give you some more depth and some more color to these characters. I feel like you can like appreciate it better if you already kind of know the characters and have spent a little more time with them. But there are some people that argue that you should read it, in chronological order of the timeline of the story, and instead of reading it in publication order. So it's really, it's really up to the reader. I do have the books available, just borrowed it from the library, but now reconsidering. Listen, I'm just telling you what my experience was. Abby's, saying what her experience was. But there are people that say, like, read Assassin's Blade first. That was the reason why I read Assassin's Blade first, is that's what people told me to do. So I really think that it just depends on the person. And I think it just, like, it depends on the reader and, like, what you like. I like being able to read a story and connect with the characters. And so reading, like I said, reading a book like Throne of Glass, where it's all these short stories where you don't really have time to connect with them because the stories are so short, you just kind of got to like get in and get out and be done with it. That didn't work for me. But if you're just there for like a good time, not a long time kind of thing, then I don't think, you'll be bothered by it. Hecate was written in verse, and I didn't realize until I started it and opened the book. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. I don't think the end would have been as devastating if I didn't know the character beforehand and no backstory. Yeah, that's fair. Exactly. Alrighty. We have reached the end of the comments. I'm gonna get our timer pulled up so we can get ready to go into our first sprint. I'm gonna play a little Catan and try to power through this book, try to stay focused. That is always my biggest challenge, is staying focused. My ADHD loves to kick in as soon as we go into a sprint and be like, you should do this, and you should do this, and look at this thing on your phone, instead of me actually doing the thing that I'm supposed to be doing, which is reading. Why did it go to this screen? I don't know why I just did that. Let's take it back there. That's true for me about Assassin's Blade. I tried reading it first and couldn't get into it. The third time I tried starting the series and began with Throne of Glass and stuck with it. Yeah. And like, listen, I think that if I were going to try again with the Throne of Glass series, like that's how I would do it. I think that me reading Assassin's Blade first is what turned me off from the series. And it's the reason why I never continued, because I read Assassin's Blade and was like, I don't care. So I kind of regret having done that. And if I could go back, and do it over again, I would have read Throne of Glass first and maybe some of the other ones before picking up Assassin's Blade. So I'm glad that I'm not the only one that like had that experience. But like I said, I do know that there are some people who stand by, like they will stand 10 toes down and be like, you should read Assassin's Blade first. So, to each their own. Still haven't read Assassin's Blade, but I have Kingdom of Ash left now. Nice. Are you planning on reading Assassin's Blade before you read Kingdom of Ash? I feel like you have to, right? Especially based off of what Abby said. I feel like you have to. Okay. Oh, yeah, I just thought one of the things. So some of the materials for Mystic merch came in the mail today. So I need to take a look at that too during this first sprint. So I'll try not to spend too much time on that so I can spend most of my time reading. But I do need to look and see how it's looking so I can get prepared. But yeah, let's get into this sprint. Let's switch us over to this layout. There we go. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading or doing whatever it is that you are going to be doing for the next hour. We are back. How did everyone do? How did that sprint go? What did you guys end up doing with that time? What did I do? I listened to this book, so I made it to 18%. I'm at chapter 5. It says that I listened to 1 hour and 43 minutes, so I didn't quite hit the 2 hours like I wanted to, but that's okay. I'll take it. But yeah, that's what I did. And then I also did some stuff in the kitchen trying to get dinner ready, because next sprint will be a dinner sprint. So I will be finishing up dinner and eating dinner and trying to power through more of this book. That is the plan. But yeah, that's how my sprint went. How did everyone else do during that sprint? Let's see, where did we... I decided on one. Okay. Oh, done and dusted. Is that Elsie, what is her name? Elsie Silver or something like that? I think that's right. I could be wrong. Name an NBA player for an edit. I don't know what this means, but the first NBA player that came to mind was Allen Iverson. I don't know. I don't know what this is for, but okay. No, you're good. All good. Yeah, I guess Allen Iverson. That's just the first person that came to my mind. He doesn't even play anymore, but that was the first name that came to my mind. So I don't know what that's for, but hopefully that helped. I don't know. But yeah, how did everyone do during that sprint? What did you guys end up, or how much did you guys end up reading if you read? We see that Abby chose a book. Congrats. Oh, Lila Sage. Yes. I get them mixed up. I don't know why, but I always get Lila Sage and Elsie Silver mixed up. Yeah, in the same vein as the cowboy romance. Yeah. Every time. It's funny because I think I'm actually gonna be seeing Lila Sage. I'm pretty sure I'm going to an event. I don't even actually remember when it is. I probably need to look at the calendar and find out. I'm assuming it must be coming up, because I'm in a group chat and a bunch of people were talking about it today, even though the tickets went on sale like 3 weeks ago. But people were like talking about it today. Is it next week? Nope, that's not it. That's a doctor's appointment. That's also not it. I don't know when it is. Nope, that's not it. I'm like just clicking on all the days on my calendar that have like appointments on them to see if I can find it. I have no idea when it is. Did I not put it in my calendar? I might need to look that up. Uh-oh. Please hold. I hope I didn't forget to put it in my calendar. See what happens if I search for it in my email. When is it? I don't know when the event is. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to go on the website and find out when it is, because I can't find. I can see when I bought the ticket, but I can't figure out what the date of the actual event is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on their website and find out. Anyway, I'm supposed to be going to an event that is for BK Borison's new book. And I think that Lila Sage is going to be at that event. But yeah, for some reason I always mix up. First I was like, why was I even telling this story? But yeah, I always get Lila Sage mixed up with Elsie Silver. That was the point. That was the moral of the story. And it's the goat. I mean, I would agree, but also I'm not really like, I don't sport. I tell people all the time I don't sport. I don't participate in sports. I don't watch sports. It's just not my thing. So like literally I don't know why that was the first person that came. I feel like if you had asked somebody else, like maybe their first thought would have been like LeBron or like Kobe or somebody like that. But for some reason for me it was AI. Don't know why. Read to page 86, got to 26%. Very nice. Excellent. That's actually really good, especially considering that you didn't even know what book you were going to be reading until we started these sprints. So that's awesome. Got dinner in the oven and I started sweeping/mopping while I wait for it to cook and got to 39% in Fury Bond. Excellent. Great progress. Love to hear it. Hello, Lexi. How are you? Reading ACOTAR. Oh, yeah, because you guys are doing the read along for it. I Forgot about that. Let me update. Were you I don't think you were reading this last week. I think last week you told me that you were going to be reading it this week. But what were you reading last week? Let's see. You were reading... Oh, Lady Tremaine. How was that? I didn't realize until a couple days ago that was a new release. I'm trying to remember, how did I figure that out? I was looking for new releases for it was, so there's a readathon that's happening next month, and I was trying to come up with like a prompt idea, and I had a prompt idea, but I needed to check to see how many new books that came out this year would fit that prompt. And so I was going through a list of like books that came out this year and saw that on the list, and I was like, oh, Lexi's reading this. I didn't even know this existed until Lexi told me about it, but now I see why, because it just came out this year. I'm good, tired but good. Excellent, excellent. Oh, 5 stars, really? Huh. What are the vibes? What are the vibes? I need to know. Should I read this? I don't know if this is like my type of book or not, because I don't know anything about it other than it's the stepmother from Cinderella, right? Like, is it a romance? I feel like it can't be a romance. Is it like a thriller? Is it a suspense? Like, what is it? Tell me more. I have questions. Oh, a historical dark retelling of Cinderella. Okay. So is it still Cinderella's story, or is it Lady Tremaine? Like, who's the main character, I guess, is my question. Or is it like the story of Cinderella, but through the lens of Lady Tremaine? I don't know. Interesting. I'm trying to imagine. Cinderella is my favorite Disney princess. So it's like I could be tempted to read this, but I don't know. I don't know if it's my like cup of tea. And I don't want to dislike it just because it wasn't for me. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I need some more people to review it. Everybody go read this book and then tell me if I should read it. Okay, so Lady Tremaine is the main character, but Cinderella's character is a big focus. But they changed the name. Oh, interesting. They changed the name. So they're not called Cinderella and Lady Tremaine? Even though the book is called Lady Tremaine? I'm confused. Finished edits on my channel. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to go check that out. What did I get myself into? Okay. Okay. Oh, so everybody else's name they changed. That's so weird. Why? Is there like an author's note or anything that explains like why the author did that? That's so random. Even the princesses are interesting. What is the prince's name? I feel like the only prince whose name I know is Little Mermaid, because his name was Eric, right? I don't know what any of the other princes' names are. Yeah, I don't know who any of the other princes are. I feel like I should know. I don't know. I guess as a kid, like the princes weren't important to me. I'm just like, who cares what your name is? You're irrelevant. You're just a side character. She's the star. Oh, you're telling me that the prince in Cinderella, his name is Henry? That was always his name? I've literally never heard them say this name before. I might kind of vaguely remember Adam. I have heard the name Prince Philip, did not know that it was Sleeping Beauty, but I have heard that name. But who the heck is Henry? Who is that? I've never heard of this man. I thought he was Prince. Oh, have no idea. No idea. Maybe it is. I've never even thought about them having names. It has never crossed my mind that they have names. What's that guy's name from Tangled? Is his name like Flynn Rider or something? Is he considered a prince? Had no idea. Dude's name was just Prince Charming. Like, his first name is Prince, his last name is Charming. Like, who is Henry? This is like Finding the Prince. It's not Florian. No, what? That's how you know that movie was made in the 40s. Like, what do you mean, Florian? What a name! What a name! Wait, Eugene, is that the guy from Tangled? I thought his name was Flynn. I've also only seen that movie. Oh wait, am I getting this mixed up with Frozen? I do get Frozen and Entangled mixed up. I don't know why. They're not related, but for some reason I get them mixed up. Hello to Lexi. Oh, but it's government. Oh, it's Eugene. I don't remember that. I just remember Flynn Rider. But is he a prince by the end of the movie or no? I don't remember. That's wild. I feel like now I need to go back and watch all the Disney princess movies to find out what the guys' names are. Because I've never thought about it. I've never cared. I never even considered that they had names. That's so funny. They get married. There's Disney. Oh, I feel like I've not seen the short, but I feel like I've seen like people talk about it and I've seen like stills. Is that the one or is it Frozen? Oh, maybe it's Frozen. I think it's the wedding that happens in Frozen that I've seen stills of, because I think the girl from Tangle, is her name Rapunzel in Tangle? I think it's her name. She like cut her hair, but she's like in the audience of the wedding or something like that. I've seen people talk about that, how like there's like lore that some of these like princess movies are like set in the same world and stuff like that. Disney gets deep. Okay. Let me get our timer pulled up so we can get ready to go back into another sprint. And then a part of conspiracy that all the movies are connected, yeah. Which is kind of cool. In a way, it's cool. I feel like if they can like pull it off where like all of them actually, or like even like the OG ones, like find ways to make the OG ones connect, that would be kind of lit. The way that they've done all the Marvel stuff, listen, they can do it. If anybody can do it, it's Disney. There's also a theory that Tarzan. What? How? I mean, I'm not opposed to this, but also how? What? Oh my god. I'm like trying to line up the time periods. I mean, I guess. I'm just thinking about like the way that Jane is dressed. Like, is the way that Jane is dressed in Tarzan aligned with like the time period that Frozen would have taken place in for them to be brother and sister, for Tarzan and Anna and Elsa to be brother and sister? I need to go back and watch these Disney movies. I'm not as well versed in them as I used to be. Didn't really do anything. I mean, that's kind of the point of winding down, right? Like the whole idea is to kind of just do nothing. Get to the point where you do nothing and then fall asleep. So sounds like you're right on track, Jen. Because their parents shipwrecks and Tarzan's birth parents get stranded where the gorillas are. I feel like I've heard this before. Like now that I'm like reading this, I feel like I've seen a video of someone like, or like it might have been like a YouTube short or something of somebody like talking about this theory. And even when I heard it then, I was like, what? It feels like it's a reach, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Okay, let's switch us over to this. Oh, I gotta share my screen. I have to keep taking my screen down because I find that my camera gets all glitchy and weird when I have my screen share up, like while my camera is also on. So I have to do like have to do one or the other. I either have to have my camera on and my screen share down, or have my screen share up and have my camera off. Otherwise, the camera gets all like funky and glitchy. But okay, let me reset. Back to 60. I'm going to continue listening to The Queen of Nothing. I'm going to go make and eat dinner. And I will see you guys back here in an hour. What are you doing for the next hour? we are back. How did everyone do? How did that sprint go for everyone? What did you guys end up doing with that time? I ate dinner, made dinner, ate dinner, and I got to, let's see, how far did I get? I got to 34%. What chapter am I? I'm on chapter 11. So not as far along as I would like to be. I would have liked to have been closer to the 4-hour mark. And right now I'm at 3 hours and 15 minutes. So I'm 45 minutes behind where I really would like to be. So I think we're probably going to do another hour-long sprint. It might be our last sprint. We'll see how long this chatty bit is. But it might be our last sprint. We're definitely going to do at least an hour. Or maybe we'll do a longer one. Maybe we could do a 75 or something for this last one. Because I do want to try to get to at least the 4-hour mark. But I also want to start doing the stuff with the merch and kind of figuring that out. But I did clean up the kitchen, so that is done. So I don't have to worry about that. And I refilled my glass, so I have more coconut water. And yeah, I think that's it. Let's see how you guys did during this. Oh, and we'll also do one of our truth or dare. We'll actually do that first before we read the comments. Let's see. Let's hope that we get a nice one this time, because the last 2 weeks, the sticks have been vicious. So I'm gonna need them to chill out and be nice. Okay, let's see. Okay, the truth one says, what are you looking forward to and why? I'm looking forward to a couple of different things. I'm looking forward to Friday, because Friday is when Paco and Margaret and I, and also Neva, and if you guys know Helen, we get together, we play D&D on Friday nights. And we didn't play last week because of the holiday. So I'm looking forward to that. I always look forward to my D&D nights. I'm looking forward to July Noir, right? That also starts on Friday, and I'll be doing sprints on Saturday for July Noir. So that's exciting. What else am I looking forward to? I'm looking forward to getting off of these blood thinners so I can actually drink wine. That probably won't happen for at least another month or two, but I am looking forward to it nonetheless. What else am I looking forward to? My friend is getting married next year, and so we are going wedding dress shopping. I think the last Sunday of the month we're supposed to be going. So that's really exciting. I don't think I've ever been with anyone to go wedding dress shopping before. Well, that's actually not true. One of my friends got married 11 years ago, and we did go to the store, but I don't think we went there for her. I think we went there for us, as bridesmaids, so that we could find dresses, because I don't remember her trying on anything. And if she did try on stuff, whatever she tried on, she didn't like, because I know she did get her dress from there. So yeah, this is kind of the first time that we're I'm going with someone to go wedding dress shopping, so that'll be fun. Obviously I'm looking forward to September because of Mystic, duh. But yeah, those are all the things that I can think of right now. There are probably other things. That's just the stuff that comes to top of mind, so that's the truth side. So you guys let me know what you all are looking forward to. And then the dare side says, this week, do something for someone else. Give a compliment, help someone, donate money to a charity, or volunteer. That's so funny. As soon as I read volunteer, my first thought was Bree, because I know that Bree goes to help out at the dog shelter, which is so wonderful. But yeah, that's a nice dare. I like this dare. Do something nice for someone else. Love that. But yeah, what are you guys looking forward to? What do you guys have coming up? You guys have any vacations coming up? My best friend just texted me this morning and was like, we're in Japan. I'm like, love that for you. I mean, I am really happy for her. It's really exciting that she gets to go to Japan. But I'm just like, I wish I could go. Let's see. Left off here. Yes, I did see the edit. I did, and I liked it. I gave it a thumbs up. Hello, Atia. How are you? Welcome in. What are you up to this evening? Hello, Vasantha. We were talking about you earlier. Didn't check in before. Sorry, I'm reading All the Colors of the Dark. Ooh, How is that? I've had that book on my TBR for a while. I just haven't read it yet. Also, I think we were talking about you earlier because you were reading Yesteryear last week. How was that? I'm assuming that you finished it. How was that? Let us know. I'm very, very interested to know. Also, I'm going to update your name because it looks like you changed your handle. So just so that I could tell that it was you from your profile picture. But in case you change your profile picture, then I might not recognize you. So let's update your handle so that I have the new one. And then, yeah, let us know how Yesteryear was. That is like probably one of the most popular books of the year this year. I don't even know what it's about, but everybody's talking about it. Everybody's reading it. So I'm like trying to like kind of get a pulse on it to figure out if it's something that I would like. I can't really tell yet. Let's see. Colors of the, or all the colors of the dark. All the colors of the dark. Yeah, that's been on my, I don't even know why it's on my TBR. Like, I don't remember where I heard about it or like who told me about it. It might have been something that maybe, it might have been Danny, maybe. Maybe Danny was the one that told me about that book like a year or two ago. I can't remember how that ended up on my TBR. Got to 45% in ACOTAR. Nice. Actually read. Got to 51%. Excellent. Finished mopping, cooking dinner, and then took my dog for a walk. Nice. Got to 44% in Furybound. Excellent. Looking forward to my girls' weekend this weekend. Book festival and indie bookshops. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Are you doing any kind of presentation for this girls' weekend? Looking forward to the everything bath/shower I'm about to take on the next sprint. Love that. Has anybody ever used a shower oil or ever heard of a shower oil? I've never heard of this before, but I got this thing. It's called a scented shower oil, and I don't really know. I've heard of like a shower steamer, but I don't really know what to do with this. It says smooth over wet skin in the shower or bath. Rinse and gently pat dry with a towel. Is this supposed to make it so that you like don't have to wear lotion afterwards? Like I'm gonna have to look into this, as I don't know. It was a gift that I got when I bought Lure of the Wilds and Lure of the Tides from Imaginarium. It came with a little like face mask and that oil. Well, you could choose. They had like different things. So I chose the face mask. It was like a sheet mask and this shower oil because I had never heard of it. I was like, I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. I had to look it up, figure out like what do you do with it? How does it work? Looking forward to my trip to oh, fun! That's so exciting. I hope you have like I don't know if you have like things like actually like planned out to do, if you're just like, gonna be hanging out and just kind of like go with the flow. That's exciting. Coming up my way. Nice. My birthday is next week. Oh, happy early birthday. Oh, next month. Well, happy early birthday. Okay, you finished Yesteryear. How was it? 53% in. Okay, nice. Great progress. Haven't finished it yet. I'm in the middle of Summerween, which is a readathon hosted by Gabby Reed. So on the last day of that readathon. Nice. Well, if you're looking to read more, spooky horror, thriller, scary stuff, July Noir starts on Friday. It's Friday to Sunday. So if you're looking for like, to kind of continue the wave that you've been on for Summerween, join us this weekend for July Noir. Short term, looking forward to seeing my siblings this weekend. They live a couple of hours away, so I don't get to see them much. That'll be nice. I'll continue this weekend. Excellent. Made it to 48% in Blue Moon Eyes. I like it, but it's also not exactly what I'm in the mood for, so I'm not totally locked in. That is fair. That's very relatable. I find that happens to me where I'm like, the book isn't bad, it's just not what I'm in the mood for. So I get it. It's about an entire timeline. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh my gosh, Jurassic Park / World. That's so funny. Love it. I just reminded me I have a face mask, so now I'm looking forward to trying one of those. Yeah, there you go. It'll be my hometown in Southwest PA. My aunt is hosting a family gathering, as she calls it, basically a family reunion. Nice. That'll be a good chance for you to see some of your family that I imagine due to distance you probably don't get to see very often. So that'll be nice. Any prompts for the readathon? Your product? Yes, there are lots of prompts. I will try to find the video so I can link it so that you can watch like Bree's actual announcement video. I'm trying to see, how do I, maybe I can go to my history because I've definitely watched it. But the way it's set up like a map of like New Orleans. And so each location on the map has, I have all these, I have all these videos about like Etsy in my history. I forgot I did that. Let's see, here we go. Share, copy. And I'll try to post it in here. July Noir announcement. Did I spell that right? Probably not. Nope, didn't spell it right. Thank goodness for spell check. But yeah, each location on the map is a different like set of prompts. So I am planning to do Ruby's Crew. That is the location that I'm planning to try to complete. Although I do still need, I have like the books that I want to read this weekend for July Noir, but I'm going to be missing a prompt. I don't have to do all of them because I think there's maybe 6 prompts and then a free space, and you only have to do 5 to 6. So I could just do like 5 and then a free space, and I still will have hit my, number to complete that location. But there's one prompt that that like neither of the books that I'm planning to read will cover. And it's a book that has like an infection in it or something like that. And I don't know of any horror books or mysteries or thrillers or anything like that are written by Black authors that have like a character with an infection. The only book that comes to mind is Blood Debts, but I've obviously already read Blood Debts. It's one of my favorite books. So I'm not going to reread that. I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not going to. So it's like, what other books are out there that have an infection? I like can't think of anything. There's like nothing that comes to mind, especially because it has to be, by a Black or Indigenous author. Like I can't think. So that's like the one prompt that is like stumping me, is a character with an infection. But yeah, go check out her video. She goes over what all the locations are, and also what all the prompts are and stuff, and like how it works and everything. So go check that out, and then hopefully you'll join us for sprints. Starting, I think Bree is doing sprints starting on Friday. I'm not sure what time. I don't know if she's scheduled them yet. Let me see if she has anything on her channel yet, because I'm not sure if she has scheduled her sprints, because I don't know what time she's planning to go live. Oh yeah, she did schedule it. She is starting at 11 a.m. Well, at least for my time. She's starting at 11 a.m. my time. So that's Eastern time, New York, whatever time zone. She'll be starting at 11 a.m. So I'm not sure what that converts to. But again, if you go to her channel, it is already scheduled. So you can go hit the little like notify me button so that you know when she goes live. That way you don't have to worry about trying to convert the time. But yeah, so she'll be doing sprints on Friday. I'll be doing sprints on Saturday. And then Kita is going to be doing sprints on Sunday. So we'll have a weekend full of sprints. I don't think we're planning to do like 24 hours like every day. I'm not sure how long Bree is going to go for. I am starting my sprints at 12 in the afternoon on Saturday. And I'll probably go for, I'm going to say maybe like 6 hours or so. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I might do longer. Who knows? But yeah, that's the tentative plan. So hopefully you guys will join us this weekend to read some spooky books. With that, we have reached the end of the comments. So we are going to get ready to go into our final sprint. And I think we will do a like longer sprint this time around. Let's see, share my screen. Can minimize this. We don't need to have this up. Oh yeah, we can close this. I have too many tabs open now. Too much going on. Okay, let's change this. We'll change it to 75. And then, whoops. There we go. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay. Let's get ready to finish strong. I'm going to try to listen for at least 30, if not 45 minutes out of this sprint. And then the remaining time, I'm probably going to do some merch stuff. So I will see you guys back here in 75. we're back. How did everyone do? How did that sprint go? I was actually pretty productive. I don't know how much I listened to, though. I probably should check that. I don't know if I was as productive as I think I was. Let me see. What percent? I think it was at like 34% or something like that the last time. I'm now at 44%. So my goal was to get at least 4 hours into this book, and I managed to get 4 hours and 15 minutes into this book. So I think that that is a raging success. I'll take it. And I also started making some, like, not prototypes. What do you call them? Like samples, I guess. Like, just kind of like testing out some of the stuff that I'm gonna try to make for merch for September. So I think I know what I'm doing now. There were a lot of mess ups. There were a lot of ones that are just gonna go in the trash. But I think I've got it to a point where it's what I want it to be. So that was productive. I did not drink any coconut water during that. I was just sitting here chugging along, trying to get this stuff done before the timer. And I almost did it. I was very close to being completely finished before the timer ended. But I had to unplug my lights so that I could plug this thing in to be able to do the merch stuff. And I was like, oh shoot, like I have to unplug it so that I can plug the lights back in. So that's the reason why I was a couple seconds late getting back to the sprint. But yeah, how did everyone do? How did that sprint go for everyone? What did you guys end up doing with that time? Let's see. Hello, Jamie. Welcome in. Glad you were able to make it before the last sprint. Also, I don't know why my camera is doing that weird glitchy thing because I don't think I have. Oh, wait, I know what it might be. Let me close this. Okay, that might fix it. Glad you were able to make it in before the last sprint. Let me pull up my spreadsheet so I can add that you were reading The Secret History. I don't know if I want to read that book. I've heard such mixed things about this book. Like, there are some people that I know, they're like, oh, this is my favorite book ever. And then there's some people that I know that read it, they were like, this book was terrible. And I just don't know like what to make of that. How was Night Vale? That's what I have as the last thing that you were reading. Secret History. Hello, Kat. Welcome in. Just finished up my sprint, so I'll hang out on yours while I'm wrapping up my evening. Have to fold some laundry and get ready for bed. Nice. Hopefully you were able to get that done. I'll be listening to AS for Alibi while I'm doing that. Ooh, I'm assuming that this is probably a cozy mystery. I'm just guessing, just based on the title. That's what it sounds like. How was The Ending Writes Itself? That is what I have as the last thing that you were reading. And that is on my TBR. So I'm curious what you thought of that. Let's see, got a, oops. As for Alibi. Okay. Thank goodness for spell check. Well, that was very productive. Dogs taken out, ice cream bars, water change, cat litter scooped, garbage taken out, laundry folded and put away, dishwasher loaded and started, and changed into my PJs. Yes, very productive. That is one of the things that I do need to do before I go to bed, other than going to bed. And like, I guess I have to clean up because like I have all this stuff on my desk. I mean, I guess I could just leave it here. But I do need to run the dishwasher. The dishes are loaded in the dishwasher. I just haven't turned it on. So I need to remember to do that before I go to bed. Also wrote up my to-do list for tomorrow. Made it to chapter 19. 139 pages out of 209. And AS for Alibi by Sue Grafton. I'll be switching to Appointment with Death by Agatha Christie. Ooh, I've not heard of that one. But I like the title. Showered, cleaned out the fridge, took out the trash, did my skincare, braided my hair, and got to 47%. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Made it to page 37 in The Secret History. Oh, you're just starting it. Okay, okay. So you like you don't know what's gonna happen. Like you don't know like if it's gonna be good. Like you don't have the sense yet of like where it's headed because it's so early on. Made it to 60% in Blue Moon Eyes. Really picked up. Oh, good. I find that it usually is around that like 60-75% mark where a book like starts to get good. And that's why it's so hard for me to DNF, because I'm like always scared to DNF because it's like, but what if it gets better? And you never know like when that's gonna happen. It's like you gotta push through to 70, 60-70%. Like, ugh. Welcome to Night Vale. It was a lot of fun, quite absurd, but fun. Okay. Love the ending writes itself. It was 4.5 stars. Ooh, okay. That makes me feel good. That makes me excited to read it. The synopsis sounds good. And I feel like there have been a lot of people who have been reading it, but then it's like, again, it's one of those books where a lot of people are reading it or talk about the fact that they're reading it, but then once they finish, nobody says anything. So I'm like, was it good? So that's great. 4.5 stars. That's great. Hearing a lot of mixed things about Secret History, so we'll see how it goes. Yes, keep me posted. Keep me posted. Those are my last 2 books for Summerween. Nice. Excellent. Excellent. All righty. Oh, not too far in, but I do feel like we're dealing with a group of unlikable characters. I'm trying to decide. Is that something that I like or not? I think I might like that. I don't know. I feel like I don't like when characters are too likable. I think I become suspicious of characters when they're too likable. So a character that is unlikable, I guess it depends on like how they're unlikable. One thing I do know, because I think it's Princess has talked about this, that one of the reasons why I think it's her, whoever it was, they said that they wouldn't read this book because this book uses derogatory language and like slurs and stuff. And I've heard that the argument to that is that the author does it on purpose because you're supposed to dislike the character. But then there's also the counter argument to that, which is, well, yeah, you could write a character that's unlikable without having to use that type of language. So that's another reason why I haven't really been pressed to read it, because there's like a lot of controversy around it. Also really enjoyed the ending writes itself. Good. Can't say much about the writing ends itself. If you don't want to spoil it. Okay. That's good. That's good though. I feel like a story where you can talk about it and not spoil it, especially if it's supposed to be like a thriller or a mystery or something like that. If you can like tell me too much of what it's about and it doesn't spoil anything, I'm like, it's probably not good. There's probably an element that like needs to be withheld in order, for it to be enjoyable. Oh no, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I gotcha. Okay, let me think. What do I have coming up? So yeah, I guess a couple of things coming up this week. And usually I don't have too many like announcements at the end, But this week, because July Noir starts on Friday, I am not sure if I will be. Why is my camera glitching? I thought I closed all the things. What is happening? Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, because July Noir starts on Friday, I do not know if I will be on camera on Friday on Bree's channel. It really just depends on like how work goes. I might be able to like squeeze in a little bit of time on her channel, somewhere between like 5 or like 6 or something like that, and 8, because D&D starts at 8. So maybe like 2 or 3 hours I can try to squeeze some time, and we'll see. But then I will be doing sprints on my channel on Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern. And then Kita will be doing sprints on Sunday. So I will more than likely pop in over there at some point. I don't know what time. Let me see. Has she scheduled hers yet? I don't know if Kita scheduled hers. I know she said she was going to, but I never actually checked to see if she did, because I'm curious to know what time hers are. Let's see. Oh, typed in the wrong thing. Let's see if they're scheduled yet. They are not scheduled yet, but at some point they will be scheduled in the near future. So she'll be the one that is leading the sprints on Sunday. And then also on Sunday, I am planning to post the book haul for the books that I got from Imaginarium. And also like some of the other stuff that I got, like not just books, but like some of the stuff that I bought, like bookmarks and keychains and stuff like that. So I'll be doing kind of like a haul of that. That'll hopefully come out on Sunday. That's the plan, is to get it out by Sunday. So be on the lookout for that. They seem to be elitist rich kids. Yes. So I may not like it enough to finish it. That's fair. You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a wonderful night, Kat. Thank you so much for being here. Can you share a little bit about July Noir? Sure. So I talked about it a little bit earlier, and if you weren't here earlier, let me see. Can I go in and post, or not post, but pin? I wonder if I can pin the comment, because I left the link to the announcement video on Bree's channel. I left the link to it in the chat. So I want to see if I can maybe scroll back and find it and maybe pin it for you guys. Yeah, here it is. I can pin it for you guys. There you go. Hopefully you guys are able to see that. But yeah, July Noir it's basically an extension of Black Halloween. And if you don't know what Black Halloween is basically a readathon that happens in October. Again, it is hosted by Bree from the Locked Booktician. So it is basically like a, spooky horror, thriller, crime fiction, mystery, suspense. Like that is kind of like the vibe. And the whole purpose is to, read those types of genres, but specifically books that are written by like Black and Indigenous authors. So kind of think similar to Summerween, but Black authors, basically. And it's the entire month of October. July Noir is just a weekend this year. Usually it's 2 weeks, but this week it's just a weekend. It's this coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it's basically the same thing. And the way that Black Halloween is set up, there's like a map. And again, all of this is in her announcement video. But there's like a map of kind of like New Orleans. And so each location on the map has a different like theme to it. So like Shishi's Kitchen, I think, is geared towards like romance. Ruby's Crew, I think, is like geared towards like YA or like middle grade. I think Joe's Library maybe is geared towards like crime fiction. I can't remember what all the different ones are. Again, all of this is in her video. But basically there's like different themes for the different locations. And so each location has like a different set of prompts. So I can tell you like the prompts the location that I plan on doing is Ruby's Crew. So the prompts for that are root magic, strong friendship, set in the summer or spring, a character with an infection, secrets, and then there's like a free space, kind of like, think of it as like bingo. There's like a free space. So that is the location that I am planning to do this weekend. And part of the reason why I want to do this is because there's a book that I have been wanting to read probably since like last year that Glenda actually turned me on to. I won't say what it is yet. You guys will have to wait till Saturday to see what it is. But it's actually a book that Glenda put me on to last year. And I was like, oh, I really want to read this, but I want to wait until summertime. So now this is the perfect time to read it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do Ruby's Crew Park. And then also on top of that, my plan is for when October rolls around and Black Halloween, like the real Black Halloween happens, I plan on doing the Bayou, the Haunted Bayou as my location. So if I can knock out Ruby's Crew this weekend, and then I can do the Bayou in October, that's 2 locations down in 1 year, which is great because my goal is to eventually like complete all the locations. So we'll see how that plays out, a year or so from now. But that is the goal. But yeah, each location has different prompts. So if you go watch her video, she'll talk about all the different locations and like what inspired them and like what the prompts are and stuff like that. There's a Discord that you can join. So yeah, hopefully if you're, interested in reading some spooky horror stuff this weekend with us, we hope to see you there. Hello, Kiana. Welcome in. But yeah, hopefully you'll join us there. Lexi got to 60% ACOTAR. Nice. What have you gotten to Under the Mountain yet? I don't remember when Under the Mountain happens. Like what percent it is. But like that's when the story gets good. When you get to Under the Mountain, that's when it like takes off. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes. Have a wonderful rest of your day or night, depending on what time it is where you are. Have a great rest of your week. Yes, I will definitely be seeing you this weekend for sure. Nell's reading a thriller book. Yes. A thriller book. Let me think. So the first one that comes to mind is Buffalo Hunter Hunter. That is I think it's considered horror. It's by Stephen Graham Jones, who is an Indigenous author. So that will be an example. I'm trying to think of some other ones. All the Sinners Bleed, not an Indigenous author, it's a Black author. That is S.A. Cosby. Who else writes thriller? Kaylin Barron, I think that's her name. She has a bunch. Lisa Springer. Like, I'm just trying to like think of like authors off the top of my head, like Black authors that write horror that I can think of. Those are the only ones that are like immediately coming to mind. But yeah, those are just some examples. You're welcome. You're welcome. No, not yet. Just said it's probably okay. Tomorrow Sprints. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's when the story gets good. Like, I was kind of bored and annoyed, like so annoyed with what's her name, Feyre. Oh my gosh, I was just like, can someone just kill her? Like, I wanted her dead halfway into the book. I was like, get rid of this girl. I realize that she's the main character, but get her out of here. But then she got to Under the Mountain, and I was like, oh, maybe she's okay. Maybe we can keep her. Love S.A. Cosby, yeah. And I think he has a couple more books. I haven't been keeping up with his releases, but I'm pretty sure he has books that have come out since All the Sinners Bleed. So you could also, look into those as well. But yeah, lots of options. There are tons of like horror and thriller and mystery and crime fiction books that are written by Black authors. So lots to choose from. And that's also one of the things that people are discussing in the Discord. People are talking about like what they're planning on reading and getting recommendations and stuff like that. So if you are looking for recommendations, I definitely recommend joining the Discord, because there are already folks that are talking and planning and preparing for this weekend. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I have anything else. So hopefully I'll see you guys this weekend for Sprints for July Noir. And like I said, I'll be attempting to, hopefully, fingers crossed, post my book haul this weekend as well. So be on the lookout for that. But otherwise, that's all I got for you guys. So I'll see you all back here, same time, same place, next Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, for more Wind Down Wednesdays. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day if it's daytime where you are. Have a great rest of your week, and I will see you all next time. Bye.